that visit us. I think this year we have a very diverse group of students, probably 30 countries, I think, in total. We have had up at one point students coming from 50 different countries, which, given what we're going to talk about today concerning creativity, is quite an interesting thing, because one of the aspects of creativity I want to discuss with you, microphone please. One of the interesting things I want to discuss with you is the role of diversity and the way that diversity can stimulate creative development and creative growth. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through a slideshow I've put together for you, which, to be honest, was quite difficult, because what I wanted to do was to try and capture for you an essence of where creativity might come from. There are lots of possible alternative explanations. And what this lecture does is it effectively condenses almost an entire module. So, as you can imagine, it was quite difficult to decide what to include and what to leave out. So when we go through this, like I said, I've been quite selective in what I've picked. And what I'm going to discuss with you is, or what I think are some of the most important issues and debates that we will need to consider. So without further ado, let me share my slide. And we go to, oops, sorry, I don't want this one. Can I have confirmation that you can see that, please?
We can't see your slides at the moment, Mark.
Okay, just one second, Jane. Yeah, I think I just clicked on. All right, just one sec. That's it. How about that? Can we see that, Jane, please?
Yes, I can see that. We've had a request if you can speak a bit louder, Mark. I know you're not very well, but...
Okay, I will try my best. Okay, I will try my best. Is the session being recorded, Jane?
Yes, it is, Mark, if that's okay.
It is, okay, that's fantastic. So people could obviously catch this again if they miss anything I might say.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry for sounding so rough, everyone. Okay, so on the screen is one of my heroes. I'm a great art lover, and Salvador Dali was what we would call a surrealist, and he painted some quite incredible pictures that in his day were kind of visionary and ultimately deemed to be creative. And I suppose when we think about creativity, we often think of it as an artistic pursuit, that creativity is in creating great works of art. But obviously creativity is a lot more than that. Creativity is more than what might an individual do. And even though I would say that creativity has an innate element to it, in other words, we are born, some of us, more creative than others, I think there's a great deal that we can do as individuals to enhance our creativity. In other words, I think we can learn to be creative, and we can organize our lives to be creative. And that is the element I want to explore with you. I don't want to explore with you whether you're a great artist or not, but what I want to do is to explore with you how you as an individual, how you as a future manager, leader, maybe going into business, might the kind of skills that you need and the kind of philosophy of life that you might need in order to be a creative and open-minded individual. So there are three things I want to consider. The first one is what I call the need for change. The second is what we call a way of thinking. And thirdly, the embracing of difference. So I want to go through these three things with you. So the first one then, the need for change. Heraclitus said that change is the only constant in life. In other words, he's saying that change is normal and natural and to be expected. And I suppose it's nowhere more illustrated than what we've all experienced within the last 12, 14 months. And there is the little blighter, coronavirus, which has had a massive impact on all of us. in which, in order to be able to deal with a world of coronavirus, we've all had to adapt and change and be creative. I mean, even I know we could have held this program online even without coronavirus, but all of my teaching has been online this year. And I've had to be creative again, because I found a lot of the teaching materials I had didn't work online, and I had to reinvent how I taught. I had to think about how the students were experiencing their learning. So I've had to be creative, and coronavirus has led businesses, hasn't it, worldwide, to think, how can we adapt to this new environment? So I think coronavirus has been, one of my students actually, which is really interesting, said that coronavirus was like a game changer. It was like a creative game changer because it made us all think differently. And I think a lot of the things and a lot of the ways that we now think differently as a consequence of coronavirus, I think many of us will continue into the future. So I think in many ways, for many businesses, for many individuals, coronavirus has not just been a threat and a risk, but it's also been an opportunity. It's been something that has kind of got us to reflect and think, okay, I've got to change. How am I going to change? Am I going to see this as a bad thing, or am I going to see coronavirus and the new world that it's created as something positive, something that I can develop within myself to better deal with? Okay, let's say we'll come to this in a moment. So what this has shown us is a few things. All right, coronavirus has shown us a few things that we know about change already. Okay, first of all, it's inevitable. The arrow of time only goes in one direction, and that is forward. Okay, all right, so change is inevitable. Change is complex. So when we look at change, it's not to see it in simple linear terms, but change is circular. Change is complicated insofar as it connects lots of different bits and pieces together. Change is also necessary. We need change. We need change in order to adapt to our world, to adapt to technology. We need to embrace progress in order to be, I don't know, to develop as a species, to develop as individuals. It's a necessary thing. Equilibrium is bad. Equilibrium, we kind of, what we would say is we ossify. We become complacent. We neglect the world around us. And maybe, as a consequence, we do essentially bad things to it. And the one I'm thinking of in particular would be climate change. In other words, we fail to recognize the complexity of our interaction with the world around us. But we probably know that carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is not a good thing. It's going to lead to a rise in temperature. But do we change? Probably not, because it's expensive. Yeah, you know, we find all manner of reasons to sort of reject change and hold it back. But it's necessary. If we'd have changed 50 years ago, we probably wouldn't be talking about climate disaster today. Change is also unpredictable. It has risks with it, but it also has opportunities, as I just said with coronavirus. Peter Drucker, a very famous business guru, once said that when we're faced with uncertainty and risk, we can either look to minimize risks, in other words, we can play safe, or we can see the unpredictability as an opportunity to embrace. In other words, we can see the change as something positive and something that we can move forward with, rather than trying to reject and control and push away. And I would say that given that we've moved into the kind of digital revolution that we're in, I would say that change, in particular over the last 20 years, has accelerated. The wave of change and the acceleration of it has been quite phenomenal. And I always find it quite nostalgic at this point when I talk about accelerating change, is just to say to you as students, and even though I'm not that old, okay, I'm not that old, honest, when I started teaching in 1987, I had a chalkboard and a board rubber. I had no computer. There was no Microsoft. There was no word processing. So I have evolved as a teacher from chalk and a board rubber to now teaching you online all over the world. And that is in since 1987. It is quite phenomenal, really, when you think of what that would encompass and what that would encapsulate. So the question then is, if we're living in this inevitable, complex, necessary, unpredictable, accelerating world of change, how do we survive? Well, we survive by adapting, evolving, growing, and transforming. We respond to it in a positive way, I hope. And we as a species are incredibly resilient. We're incredibly flexible. I mean, that's why ultimately there are so many of us, but ultimately why we have been so successful in managing the world around us, climate change to one side. But we adapt, we evolve, we grow, we transform, as we have done with coronavirus. So my argument here is that creativity helps us to do this. Creativity helps us to adapt, evolve, grow, and transform. And if we can tap into our creative side, then all of these things, this unpredictable change, suddenly actually, it's not a problem. It is something that we can overcome. So creativity is important. So let me just give you an example. Okay, here is a picture of a typical factory in 1940s Britain. Okay, this is what a factory would have looked like. And you can see from this factory that you've probably got craftsmen, and they're using craft tools, they're using hand tools, and you would imagine that, okay, they've probably been working like this for many, many years. These workmen have probably a set of skills that each, they're probably slightly different. Some are probably better craftsmen than others, but they have a set of skills that they share. And so my question to you is, if you were a business organization, if you wanted to add value to this workplace 100 years ago, what would you do? Okay, how would you do that? So just sort of mull that. I'm going to give you about 10 seconds, that's all, okay? Because it's almost like a rhetorical question, but I just want you to pause. So if you were a manager in this factory, how would you add value? How would you make it more productive? Okay. So while you're doing that, I'm going to have a sip of tea. Very British. So the answers, well, you could have said, well, you could introduce machinery, okay? Because clearly these are craftsmen and they're using hand tools, and you say, well, maybe you can mechanize the work process. Maybe to make this work environment more productive and to be maybe, more profitable, you could say, well, maybe we could have more workers. So you might say we need a bigger factory. So if you think about this, these are the kind of key factors of production, aren't they? Land, labor, and capital. And in order to maximize the value from this workplace, you would just add more resources. You wouldn't necessarily use them in a different way. Because if you actually think 50 years ago, your kind of managerial skills, the technological skills would have been very, very simple. Okay. So here's a factory of today at the cutting edge, all right? This is a robotic factory in a Hyundai car making plant. And if I asked you the same question, how do you add value to this factory? Well, you could say, well, okay, I'm going to build a bigger factory with more machines. But if you're a manager, you would say, okay, if this is my factory, how would I add value to this? And well, you've come up with a slightly different set of things here, because you haven't really got workers. You've got workers, but the workers are essentially now machine minders. They're people with a different set of skills, a different set of knowledge, isn't it? They're not craft workers. They've probably got backgrounds in computing or kind of engineering of some kind, computer engineering. In other words, they've got a different set of skills, a different body of knowledge. And in order to enhance this factory, maybe here we're talking about knowledge, innovation and learning, and ultimately creativity. In other words, this factory, in order to manage it, in order to run it, in order to make it productive, is drawing on a different set of resources that are more intangible, insofar as that they are kind of in you. They are in you as a body of knowledge and as an experience. Okay, let me introduce you to, we'll come back to this in a second, to a gentleman called Thomas Kuhn. Thomas Kuhn in 1970 introduced to us a concept or idea known as paradigm shift. A paradigm shift is something, it's almost become a kind of popular term now, but what Thomas Kuhn means by a paradigm shift is a movement in thinking from one position to another, such that that change in the way that we think has a fundamental impact on how we see the world. Okay, microphones please. I'm getting feedback. Can you turn your microphones off please? So Thomas Kuhn introduced us to this idea of paradigm shift, and the idea of an organization as a machine, probably up until about the 1970s, was a fairly predictable way. In other words, you would see organizations like business organizations in a particular way. And what has happened really from about the 1970s onwards, business thinkers have started to say, actually, do you know what? Organizations are effectively made up of people. They are more like a living system rather than a mechanical machine. Now, the implications of that paradigm shift in terms of where it draws on our creativity is immense. And it is best illustrated like this. So if you think of, on the left, you have a typical organization that is presented as a machine, okay? It's hierarchical, so it has a top and a bottom. It's bureaucratic. And within it, you have what it says there, silos. In other words, you have dedicated management functions or business functions that are isolated from one another. So you have marketing, finance, HR, and maybe on the shop floor, maybe in the workplace, you have your kind of engineers, your machine operators. In other words, they are all in their little groups. So you can see the rigidity here. And if you want this machine to work better, you organize it better, you engineer it better. You add more of one thing, you take away some things. You pull a lever, you turn a cog. To understand business as a hierarchy, as a machine, what you need is knowledge. You need to know how the machine works. And if you know how the machine works, then you can simply fine-tune the engine. You can fine-tune its ability to create profit. Okay, imagine, however, that we see the organization as an organism. In other words, it's something more akin to a body, a human body. So rather than sort of cogs and levers, what we have now are bodily organs and blood flowing around. And all of a sudden, even though we can understand the body, you've suddenly got a far more complex system, haven't you? Because with a machine, you've got cause and effect. With a body, you might have cause and effect, but it might be indirectly through other things. So for example, at the moment, I've got a really bad shoulder, okay? I think it's because I've been working on the computer too long over lockdown, and I've got very bad posture. So I go to my physiotherapist, who says to me, how's your stomach? And I said to her, well, what's my shoulder got to do with my stomach? She says, have you got any problems with your gallbladder? And I said, I don't think so. She said, do you know? She said, if you have problems with your gallbladder, you get a referred pain in your shoulder. And I thought, well, how does that happen? How do you have a problem with your stomach that gives you a pain in your shoulder? And I thought, do you know what? I really do not understand the body. So if we start to see businesses like a body, in which when you change one thing, it has this kind of ripple effect throughout the whole organization, you can begin to understand that in order to manage that organization, you need more than the knowledge. You need more than knowing how the balance sheet works or how HR functions work. So when you start to look at how the business is organized, you can see, look, it's based in teams. It's based with the leader at the center, not at the top. You have groups of people with different skills. So within each of the circles, you can see that you have people with different skill sets. So there's diversity built into this. It's far more flexible, because with a hierarchy, obviously things go through channels, and in a kind of view of businesses that are more organic organization with individuals interacting, you can understand that it's going to be a very, very different way to organize and manage and lead and inspire and all those things. So what I'm trying to get at here is that with change, we've moved from one to the other. We've moved from organizations as machines to organizations as organisms. Okay. And what I'm trying to say here is that we are required to draw on different skills and different competencies in order to be able to live in this more organic, complex world. Right, hold that thought, because in order to really understand it, you need the next section, which is about understanding creativity as a way of thinking. In order to understand this, I'm going to introduce you to Barbara Dweck. And Barbara Dweck is an American professor, and she was at Harvard. I'm not sure she is now, but Barbara Dweck developed what we call mindset theory. And mindset theory is, as it says, it's not particularly complex or difficult to understand, but it is profound. And mindset theory is this view that we as individuals are on a continuum from people who have fixed mindsets to people that have growth mindsets. And probably even with those terms, fixed and growth, you can probably begin to appreciate already how these people differ. So people that have fixed mindsets then tend to be somewhat closed, reluctant to change, slow, reflective maybe, but not necessarily reflective in a positive way. And then people with growth mindsets, these are people that are more open to new ideas, to new innovations, that people that want to grow in as themselves. So what she says is that there is, for each of these, quite a distinctive psychological profile. And it's best illustrated here. So with a fixed mindset, there is a general view that intelligence is static. In other words, that our intelligence goes up to a certain point and then, it kind of stops. And it stops because we as individuals are not particularly looking for, or not particularly looking to enhance our intelligence. So it kind of has this view that intelligence is static. So when we face challenges, we avoid them. We go the other way. When we have an obstacle in front of us, we take the Homer Simpson approach to it and actually give up, because if it's too difficult to do, it's not worth doing. That's a quote from Homer. So obstacles we give up on, and we just turn around and go in the opposite direction, or we don't, we just stop. Effort, generally the psychological point is there is no point. And criticism, we tend to deflect it. We tend to sort of say, well, it's not my fault, it's somebody else's. Or, well, I didn't know. In other words, it's just something that we kind of don't take on board. Criticism is something that we don't like if we have a fixed mindset. And if we are faced with the success of others, what we see is that is a threat. In other words, it's not something to celebrate. It's actually something that's undermining our position. So at the extreme end, we have people with this kind of a mindset. The growth mindset, however, is obviously far more positive. Here, intelligence is something that develops and grows with us. The idea of lifelong learning, that we as individuals will grow and develop as we progress through our lives. So obviously intelligence is going to be linked to our experience, which we'll talk about in a moment. So when we face challenges, we embrace them. when an obstacle is in front of us, we show fortitude to deal with it, to overcome it, to climb over it, to go round it, or bang, you know, not to ignore it, in other words. Our kind of psychological view of the world in terms of work is that, you know, you get out what you put in. So if you work hard, you'll be rewarded. And I would hope, as my philosophy in life is that that is in most cases true, that effort and hard work will be rewarded to you. And then you have criticism, right? Criticism, this for me is the most important. So whereas we said with the previous one, criticism is deflected in a fixed mindset. In a growth mindset, criticism is what we learn from, the feedback. We don't see criticism as a negative. We see criticism as something that we learn from. We don't repeat the mistake. We move forward, and we move forward with a more knowledgeable understanding of ourselves and the kind of issues and problems we might face. So criticism is where we learn, okay, not where we feel as though it's not our fault. So when your lecturers give you feedback, look for the positive. Get them to talk, if you can, about the positive. In other words, what did I do well? Going forward, what can I do better? And that's the only thing that should really be discussed. When you face the success of others, you celebrate it. In other words, you look at it as aspirational. If they can do it, I can do it. In other words, what you see with a growth mindset is positivity and not negativity. So if we go back to our organization here with our fixed and our growth mindsets, you can see that I've put some questions in there, which you might, outside of this lecture, actually think about. That if you are living in a world where organizations or organisms, in other words, they're made up of groups of people in teams, in which leadership is essentially central, how would managers manage here? How would you motivate people? How would you be inspirational? How would you lead? And how, and this is really important, how might you as a leader, or even as an individual, how might you develop your growth mindset? How do you develop the growth mindset in others such that they have the positive growth mindset like you do? Because if we're assuming that the growth mindset, this open mindset, is what gives us kind of life, which is one thing I will argue in a moment. How do you encourage others to see the world as a challenge, as something to be overcome and to be positive about? Something for you to think about. But just to sort of preempt it a little, here are 4 creative managerial skills, okay, and you can apply them to the scenario I just said. The first one, the first real creative managerial skill really is perception, is to recognize that if you look at the world, you've got to recognize that there's more than one way of seeing it. In other words, there are multiple perspectives. There are as many perspectives as there are people. And in order to understand people, you've got to understand that they may well see the world differently to you. So perception is an incredibly valuable creative managerial skill, because if you want to initiate change, you've got to perceive how people will respond to it. Some will see it as a growth mindset, some will see it as a fixed. How do you get those with a fixed mindset to embrace change? Difficult, really difficult. But then who said managing and leadership was easy? It wasn't, it isn't, it will never be. Because it requires you to empathize, it requires you to feel what those that you lead feel. And empathy is really difficult. Empathy is probably one of the most difficult things, I think, for us to understand and appreciate, because I think we can become sometimes we can see that we need to change and we need to adapt, and other people can't. And sometimes you just need to stand back and feel what they feel. A lot of people feel threatened by change. And sometimes we need to approach those people differently. We need to empathize. Another key creative managerial skill is facilitation. In other words, in our hierarchy, in which the organization is seen as a machine, very much the kind of dominant role is to supervise, is to control, is to manage. So the kind of leadership style is very top down. But as you can imagine, if we start looking at organizations as these creative hubs in which individuals work in teams, your role as the leader, your role as a manager is not to supervise, but to coordinate, is to direct, is to mentor, is to nurture the behavior of teams to ensure that it's creative. Also, there's this need, I think, for a creative manager skill to be proactive, in that you will find that in order to mobilize intelligence and knowledge, that's your role. Your role is not to tell people what to think and what to do, is to direct and encourage individuals to share what they know, to develop their creative potential. So there's a quote there from Gareth Morgan, 1991, at every level of the organization. And finally, and I think this is something that is probably even newer than the things above, is networking, in particular with digital networks. So the development of social capital. Social capital is where you build trust, say, within an organization, such that people are prepared to work and share knowledge and experience that they wouldn't normally do. In other words, the social capital is where everyone trusts one another within a workspace, and as a consequence are prepared to contribute beyond that which they might normally do. You know, it's the kind of classic, isn't it, that knowledge is power. But if you have social capital, you share that knowledge, you give up that power for the greater good, for the good of the team. And the more social capital you can get into teams and groups, very often, as you'll see in a moment, the stronger those teams and groups will be. So we're on to the third element here about where does creativity come from. And I think creativity also comes from the embracing of difference. Here's Steve Jobs, which you probably all know, and you certainly all know Apple products. This is a fairly long quote from his, but a very important one. The bit that I kind of draw your attention to as you read it and I talk over it is the third paragraph, in which he says that a lot of his creative people are creative not because of kind of innate abilities, but because of their experiences. And the more and diverse their experience, the more creative they are. In other words, you've got to be able to join the dots. He says in the final part, they don't have enough dots. In other words, you've got to connect dots, and the dots are the experiences that you have and that you reflect on. And the broader one's understanding of human experience, the better the design we will have. So if you want to understand the product, you've got to experience it. And he's suggesting here that when you look for creative people, those creative people have a broad range of experience. In other words, they try to take themselves out their comfort zones often and to experience things and environments and situations they wouldn't normally like or they would feel comfortable in. But by doing that, by taking the risk, by exposing yourself to situations that you might find challenging, you learn something. You learn something about yourself. You maybe learn something about something that you know. In other words, it enables you to understand it in a different way. So experience is key, according to Jobs. Here's one of my favorite business commentators, a gentleman called Henry Mintzberg, a Canadian. And if you ever have a chance to read any of Henry Mintzberg's book, there is a fantastic book just called Management, where he reflects on what management is, an incredibly informative book. And one of the quotes from that book is this, and it says, a leader has to be one of two things. He either has to be a brilliant visionary himself, a truly creative strategist, okay, and they're rare, in which case he can do what he likes and gets away with it, or else, and this is the key, he has to be a true empowerer who can bring out the best in others. So remember what we said about the best managers. The best managers in enhancing growth mindsets is by empowering others, to allow others to draw on their knowledge and their experiences, like Steve Jobs says. In other words, what you've got to do is to empower others to allow their knowledge to come to the fore, to allow their experiences to help shape whatever problem or issue you might face. So what this is telling us then is probably something about diversity, and it's saying maybe in order to have truly creative business organizations in particular, right? Let's just focus on business organizations. Then you've got to have diverse teams, a diverse group of people with diverse experiences led by managers that are prepared to facilitate that diversity and that variety of thinking. And in order to do that, you've got to recognize that diversity is probably what leads to creativity. Difference is what leads to creativity, not similarity. This was a McKinsey report from 2 years ago. Now, McKinsey is one of the world's leading management consultancy firms, and they published a report called Delivering Through Diversity. And this was one of the opening quotes from that report, and it said that many successful companies regard inclusion and diversity as a source of competitive advantage. All right, so in other words, diversity and inclusion are necessary to be successful. For some, it's a matter of social justice and corporate responsibility, social responsibility. So diversity is also needed because it gives opportunity to excluded groups, whether gender or racial or any other sort of minority or fringe groups. And it says, for others, it is essential to their growth strategy. In other words, some companies recognize that diversity is not just a good thing to do, not just necessary to remain competitive, but if you don't have diversity, you're not going to grow, you're not going to prosper. And maybe we go right back to the very first slide where we spoke about the idea of kind of equilibrium and balance and resisting change, that if you don't kind of embrace diversity and change, then you just get left behind. You stop growing, you become complacent, and a business that is more dynamic, more creative, more resilient than you comes along and takes your market share. And there are many, many examples of that happening. So let me introduce you to something. Okay, this is a way I like to explain this particular situation. So the rectangle in front of you represents a problem, and this is our problem space. And in our problem space, this is what we would call the universe of useful ideas, and it contains insights, perspectives, experience, thinking styles relevant to a particular problem.
Good choice.
Okay, microphone, please. Microphones off, please. Thank you. So our problem space is what we need to know in order to solve a problem. Okay, so it contains within that space everything that we need, all the perspectives, experience, thinking styles. Right, it become apparent what I'm going to do now. All right, here's Dave. All right, this is my friend Dave, and in the problem space, he occupies that position. So the circle is Dave. That's what Dave knows. That's his perspective. That's his experience. That's his thinking style to that particular problem. And you can quite easily see that Dave doesn't know enough, does he? He's not going to solve this problem by himself because he is limited to just this perspective, this view, this mindset. So does Dave possess all the information he needs to solve this problem? And the answer is no, he clearly does not. So what does Dave do? Dave says, well, I'm going to invite my friends. I'm going to invite my friends to come and join me. And what we're going to do is we're going to solve this problem. So Dave decides to involve his friends. So Dave brings in his friends. He brings in Ted, Stanley, Bob, and Maureen, and they're really good friends. You know, they they meet socially, they might go to have coffee after work or go to a bar. They sometimes even, you know, they go to sporting events together, they buy tickets, they go to concerts. They're really close as a group. Okay, you can begin to see the problem, can't you? That as a group, they're really connected, you know, they enjoy one another's company, they have the same values, the same humor, and they are effectively clones. But do you know what? They're happy. They're happy clones because they're safe. They're all safe in one another's company, which is, you know, we all want that, don't we? We all like to go to work and talk to people we know and have a laugh and a joke and, you know, all those kind of things. So everyone occupies, the problem is everyone occupies the same space. Everyone thinks the same. Everyone looks at the world through the same eyes. So you can see that even though there are lots of people in this team, there are 5 people, in fact, there's lots that they don't know. There's still lots of this problem. So it's unlikely that they're going to solve our problem.
Sorry, Mark, can you just give a definition of homophily?
Yeah, I'm going there, Jane. I'm getting there. I'm just going to go down it now. So the danger of homophily. What is happening here with these 5 people all being very, very similar? This is what we call homophily. And homophily is simply saying this, that people are similar. They are seeing the world from the same perspective, through the same lens, in which there is very, very little difference. So even though we have a group here, there is no diversity. Different people does not mean diversity because there is no difference in thinking. So what we have here are very smart individuals, but they all think the same way. And what we might say is that they are collectively stupid. All right? They are collectively stupid. Microphone off, please. So, if we introduce cognitive diversity, if we introduce different experiences, as Steve Jobs said, if we introduce a kind of people with lots of different experiences from lots of different cultures, with lots of different life skills, different perspectives, you can begin to see now that these groups, this group, begin to occupy different parts of the problem space. Yeah, so they begin to occupy more of the problem space, and this team is now more likely to come up with a solution to this problem. And what you might begin to appreciate here is another term that we might use, which is called synergy. What do you understand by the term synergy? In other words, what is synergy? Well, if I said to you that synergy is where the outcome is greater than the sum of the parts, you can begin to understand, right? The outcome is greater than the sum of the parts. So you have 5 individuals here, but maybe they come up with an idea no individual would think of, but collectively, their experience makes them join the dots. Remember the quote from Steve Jobs, joining the dots. So as a team, as a group, they join the dots, and because they have social capital, because they trust one another, they begin to explore new ideas in different ways. So the synergy in this problem space is the fact that they are all different. So what I'm trying to suggest here is that maybe Dave, Bob, and Maureen, they've all had a similar life experience, but they've all seen it in different ways, or they've all come from different business perspectives. And when they start looking at a problem, each one draws on their previous business experience and skills, and they add something to a problem. They redefine it, or they get Dave to redefine the problem in a different way. And he says, oh, do you know what? I never thought of it like that. And so he redefines his thinking, and the problem suddenly starts it becomes clearer as to what the solution might be. So this cognitive diversity is really important. The issue might be, you say, okay, so diversity is good then, Mark. Okay, we know that now. that diverse teams are probably better than teams that suffer from homophily or similarity. My answer to that is diversity is really, really, really good to a certain point, because this could happen. You could have Dave, who is still sitting in the left-hand corner and he's still trying to deal with his problem, and he's given people to work with. He's given Ted, Stanley, Maureen and Bob, because it's quite unlikely that these people would be friends, yeah? Because they don't really share the same life experiences. They kind of occupy very different worlds. I mean, Bob, I don't know what world Bob's in, but he's certainly not in Dave's world. And he's certainly not a lot of use in trying to solve this problem. Remember,
Mark, you've muted yourself. You've muted yourself. Can you unmute, please? You're still muted.
I think someone muted me, Jane.
Okay, sorry, that was probably me.
Someone muted me. Oh, that's a first, I tell you. All right. So, okay, so over here is Bob. Yes, Bob is microphone off, please. Bob is Bob's not a lot of use in terms of solving this problem. So what I'm trying to suggest here is that diversity. You've got a very, very diverse team, but they are collectively unintelligent. Microphone off, please. I'm getting a lot of feedback at my end. So what I'm trying to suggest here is that diversity is really, really good up to a certain point, and then beyond a certain point, diversity can become problematic if the diversity is not linked or connected in some way. So there has to be a kind of point of reference in which all of these things are connected. So like I say, the problem here is the fact that diversity is too diverse, in which there is no commonality here. And this would be a very unhappy team, and I would suggest it would be a very, very unsuccessful team as well. So creativity, where does it come from? Firstly, I would say it comes from acting in a particular way. And the acting here is to recognize that change is inevitable, but it is an opportunity. In other words, when you are faced with change, which is inevitable that you will be, act in the appropriate way. In other words, don't resist it, embrace it, look for the positivity in it. The second thing is that you must think in a particular way, and in particular, you must have a growth mindset. Creativity comes from being open to new ideas, to embrace new ideas, and to recognize that not everyone sees the world like you, but you should look wherever possible to.
Mark, you're on mute, and that wasn't me this time.
Someone keeps muting me, Jane. I'm almost finished anyway now, so. Sorry. So the final point is that creativity comes from behaving in a particular way. In other words, what's really important is that you recognize that in order to be creative, you must behave. In other words, you must behave in the sense of embracing difference, recognizing difference. So acting, thinking, and behaving. In other words, you can't just think about being creative. You've got to behave in the appropriate way. So act, think, and behave. And ultimately, I think that is where creativity comes from. There may well be other areas, and I think we might want to talk about whether nature and nurture, whether some of us are, we are born creative and some are less creative. But ultimately, I think creativity is something that we can learn and embrace and develop. And the module that I teach, where I would talk about things like this, it is all about trying to get students to think in the right way. Some are more creative than others, but ultimately I hope that when students finish doing a course based around creativity, they leave with the right skills and the right competencies to be more creative individuals. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mark. That was a really inspiring lecture that you've just given to us. Can I ask the audience if they have any questions? I've got a hand up. If you just want to put your microphone on and ask the question, if that's okay with you, Mark?
Absolutely.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hello, can I ask a question?
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank Professor for this excellent presentation. I'm also an entrepreneur in Greece, and I face all these problems in my business about creativity. So it was a very inspirational presentation for me. I would just like to explain me more the term inclusion. I don't understand the term inclusion. Can you please give me an example?
Okay, in terms of inclusion, do you understanding it in terms of ensuring that everybody is included within, say, a group or a team, and that their ideas are accepted? So, you know, when I was talking about empathy and about understanding, I think very much when we talk about inclusion, we're talking about recognizing that everybody has a different perspective and view on the world. And even though it might not align with ours, we should always be inclusive to allow there to be difference. In other words, I think, for example, as a lecturer, I learn a lot every year from my students, because my students, not only are we different in age, we are often widely diverse in terms of culture. And I learn a lot from not only their culture and their difference in age, but their different view of the world. And I think if I was to exclude them and say, look, there's only one view of the world and it's mine, and I'm here and you're there, it's to say, actually, do you know what? Everybody's opinion has value. So that would be an example of inclusion. So it would be, for example, if I allowed every one of you to offer an opinion on what creativity was, that would be an example of inclusion.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark. I've had an interesting question in the chat is, you know, what can we do to develop our creativity? What
can you do? Other than, I would think that probably the most important thing to do would be two things. One, to have an open mindset. This growth mindset, I think, is really important. So a kind of philosophy on life that sees everything with eyes of wonder, that everything is something to explore. And the second thing is take yourself out of your comfort zones. Okay, that is really, really important. Always challenge yourself, learn something from the challenge. It is easy to play safe, all right, it really is easy. But I would say that if you really wanted as an individual to, and it seems strange, doesn't it, to say that take yourself out of your comfort zone leads you to become more creative. I don't think it does directly, but it's a bit like Steve Jobs saying about experience. The more experience you have, the more dots you have, the more you can make that synergy, you can make connections. And then when you meet other people that are the same as you but different, you have points of contact through those experiences, and collectively then as a group, maybe that's where the creativity comes from. So yeah, my advice to you is if you want to be more creative, put yourself out your comfort zone, challenge yourself always. And I think from that challenge is where the creativity will grow. Okay, hopefully it'll grow for you.
Okay, thanks, Mark. That's a fantastic answer. We've just had a request to share the slides, so we will put them up on the general site under Teams. A very interesting question here as well. Is creativity kind of rooted in our personality, or can we become more creative?
There is obviously a there's a genetic component. Yes, I really do feel that. It's that nature nurture, isn't there? I think the nurture is, yeah, I believe that you can learn to be creative. Yeah, take yourself out of your comfort zone, have an open mind. But yes, I do think that in certain individuals, not many, to be honest, there is like a kind of creative DNA. There's like a creative genetic component. And some people are naturally creative and naturally free thinking. And I think we find that a lot of people that maybe suffer from what we would call kind of not mental conditions. In other words, people that maybe don't think, or their brains don't work quite the same way we do. They're often kind of savants, aren't they? So that they can play the piano, or great artists, or they have these kind of skill sets that are, the vast majority of people do not. But I also think that there are people that are less gifted than that in terms of being able to play the piano, but they still have some of that creative DNA, that they kind of see things round the back to front, upside down, and it just enables them to respond to things in a different way. So that would be my answer, is yes, there is a genetic inbuilt component. I think our parents are very important as well.
Yeah, so, but obviously in this week, we've got a whole collection of different people, Mark, and everyone will have different skills to bring, won't they?
Absolutely.
So the ones that perhaps aren't as creative have other organizational skills, so they can help the creators bring their ideas to fruition, which I think is absolutely key in making things happen. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. No, I would agree, but I would also agree that the people that think that you're not creative, that you don't have those skills, you will have considerably more to contribute than you think. It won't be that you just do the typing or create the slides, and sort of put things in. Everybody, every one of us has life experiences that we can bring to the table. We just need to know how to tap into them. We just need to recognize our life experiences for often what they are, which is something that is unique to us. But it's kind of, sometimes it's just understanding whether that is of value. And I think a lot of us are reluctant to identify in ourselves things that are actually of great value to a team or a group. And as a consequence, we kind of think, oh no, I'm not going to say anything. In other words, we take a bit of a fixed mindset on things. We kind of close off. And what I would encourage all of you is to sort of, actually, I've got something positive to say. I've got something positive to contribute. And I know some of us will be more, some of you will be happy to do that, and some of you will be more reluctant to do that, because we have different personalities, which is almost like a different set of issues that we might need to consider. But it's just to recognize, it's to try to have some confidence in ourselves. But yes, I agree, Jane, that you will have people within a group with different skills and competencies, but it's to recognize that you've got more than one, you've got many. It's a basket. And you need
it's about what you're saying, that confidence is key, isn't it? Because if we've had our parents or our teachers or people who are older than us, or people that we admire, telling us we're this, that, and the other, we might believe that even though it's not true.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think confidence is key. Being able to sort of speak up and project yourself, and not impose yourself, because imposing sounds a bit kind of power mad. Just being able to express yourself, I think, is really important. But this is interesting, because it's like now people might have questions but might be reluctant to sort of say, to turn their microphone on. But there's the group chat where you can actually write things down. And what we found going online is that we have more questions from students than we did previously, because in class you'd only ever get the confident students putting up their hands and asking questions. Now we get those that have really good questions writing the questions, because they're not put on the spot. They're confident, they don't feel threatened. So there may well be, within groups and teams, different ways of drawing out the good things. way that you know, people can be creative or ask the right questions or contribute. So in other words, there's more than one way of communicating. There's more than just the verbal and the confidence that comes from being verbal.
Okay, thank you. There's a very interesting question here from Dr. Pranjali. Do we need to frame any recruitment strategy to recruit growth mind instead of fixed mind?
Yes, definitely. I think the growth mindset is quite a philosophical approach to recruitment. I think recruitment on the growth mindset, I think, is quite difficult. I think because there is always a tendency with recruitment to recruit clones. There's always a tendency to recruit people who you think will fit into groups and teams that you might already have established. And I think the problem with that, obviously, given what I've argued here, is that we don't want that really. We want people.
Muted again. You're muted again.
Someone keeps muting me. They're obviously fed up with me talking. The problem with this is that when you have growth minds, it's trying to get growth mindsets and diversity together. So it's to have people that are open and free thinking. But yes, I think you've definitely got to have recruitment strategies that look for growth mindsets. Definitely. I think it's probably as important as diversity, and the two of them together, I think, going forward for many organizations, especially the more fluid and the more, you know, organic they become, I think the more critical it's going to be.
Okay, thank you, Mark. I know we've already gone well over, and I know you're so busy. Just to let the audience know that everybody who's taking part in this this week has given up their time freely to join us. So, Mark, we're tremendously thankful that you came and spoke to us this morning. And sorry for going over.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Rowena,
you had 8 minutes left.
Rowena, can I ask you to jump in, please, and maybe say something about those that are having difficulty finding their teams?
Yeah, okay. So everybody has been allocated a team. Excuse me. You have been allocated the permissions to join the general site and also the team site. So whichever email you put on your application form, whichever email we've been emailing you on, that is the email address you need to use to join the Teams sites. Any issues, please email the IntShort course inbox and we can have a look for you. Myself and Emma spent all day on Thursday going through making sure that you were all added. So we're confident that every student has been added to the team sites. So please drop the IntShort courses inbox an email if you are having any issues. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Rowena. Okay, guys, so what we've learned so far, apart from the very interesting content delivered by Mark, is that it's quite difficult to join these sessions. So that's something for the next year's challenge that we're going to have to address. But now we're going to have a little bit of a break. So it's 9:54 UK time. So that is, according to my phone, it is 3:24 Sri Lankan time, 11:54 Athens time, 3:54 Mumbai time, 10:54 Brussels time, 11:54 Beirut time, 11:54 Alexandria time. And I know I haven't included all the countries there, but our next session, if you can just double check that you get there on time, starts at 10:50 UK time. So you've got nearly an hour to have a little bit of a break, because everyone's at different times. Some people will need to have something to eat. But please, please, please try and join the sessions earlier rather than later. As I said, please bear with us. Next year, we'll do things differently, but this year things are as they are. We'll also, you've got the opportunity to join in your group chats if you want to. I had a look at the group chats, and some of you have already started creating WhatsApp groups, Facebook pages, and getting really active. So use you've got nearly an hour, so 55 minutes before the next session. That is right, isn't it, Rowena? Rowena?
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
right.
Have a good day.
So if you can join us in 55 minutes or earlier if possible, because we've got another very exciting lecture coming all the way from Bulgaria. Thank you again, Mark. Absolutely brilliant lecture. And thank you all for joining us. We hope you really enjoyed that. See you in 54 minutes time now for the next lecture, and hope you're enjoying the day so far. All right then. See you later.
Bye.